All right. And we are live? Yes, live. All right. Today's goal is rather simple. Pick up where we left off last time and finish out as much of this asset refactor as we can before tomorrow. Because tomorrow will mostly be... I mean, we can do a little bit of work tomorrow, but tomorrow will be mostly me packing, getting ready to go to Reality Hack, and then I will be crunch timing on something else over the weekend, and then back to this, of course. Unless some other job stuff finishes up, and I then can only part-time this. But because I'm working on something very cool on the side, that is a possibility. In fact, I should ping said potential employer and be like, "Yo, when we meeting?" I'm gonna do that. Alright, and back to looking at chat. Alright, so where we left off yesterday is the engine currently compiles. However, my grand plan to use enable shared from this to allow the graph of trackable objects to automatically construct itself didn't work, because apparently you can't call get shared or get weak from this. You can't call shared from this inside of a constructor, which means my automatic dreams were shattered, and brutally. Which means we have to do one virtual function call. Oh no, the horror! The singular virtual function call, which we're already here. So we're now doing init members, and we don't actually have a constructor anymore. So we just do init members. This tracked value now just needs an initial value, because I do want to force it to have an initial value. Then we just do init members right underneath the constructor. And all this will do is set parent equal to whatever parent we pass in. Then again, we want to create a weak pointer from this. Let's set this to protected. Actually, no. We're not going to set that to protected. We are going to set it to... We're still going to have this as option. And then... I want to set that... Oop. I want that one. There we go. There we go. We want this. Viable overload. I'll just do that. I know that, like, the cast doesn't really matter, but I don't know, this makes sense in my brain to pass it in like that. Because it's either, there's definitely a shared pointer that you're passing through, or there isn't, there's none. And I know I could null pointer that, kind of C++ style, but I want to be eccentric. And then we don't actually need to define it for tracked value, because tracked value doesn't have any actual children ever. Unless, of course, it's a tracked object, which it shouldn't be. So next, move on to tracked object. And tracked object needs to have an init members, which I'll put here. Actually, it doesn't need an init members. Specifically because because tracked object, the base class, doesn't have any members, but it does have like the add listener and stuff like that. So we really need to put the add tracked members on implementations. So going back to tracked value here. We're going to yoink this definition, go over to editor, well, Brane project. We're going to do init members here. And we're also going to do init members here. And we do need the constructor here, but we don't need the constructor there. Actually, we do need the constructor. But we don't need to set the parent. Because tracked value requires an initial value. And I do want to set an initial value for it. Now we go over here, and tracked object no longer has a constructor that we need to call explicitly, but we do want to call this. You might even be able to get away with outcasting to string explicitly because we're just forwarding in the arguments. So we just set default values like that, and then auto line declaration, right, because we don't need the parent anymore. Kill the parents, orphan the child. Then we go void run server info init members. Going to yank parent argument there, so I don't have to write it manually. And then I'll just say tract, or say tract type init members, pass in the parent. And then we need to go through child by child. Hello, I'm doing all right. Just chugging along. And then we're going to say address init members shared from this. When you say snowing over here in Florida, it's not snowing in my part of Florida. You in North Florida? I can't even, like, open the window. It's, like, exactly room temperature. Yeah, I'm over by Tampa. Same old, same old. It's, like, maybe less than 70 degrees. Are, like, all of the services in the community still working, or has stuff started breaking? State emergency, there's snow on the ground. Oh, I need to redo savable object. These are closed though. Yeah, it's to be expected. Lead constructor. There we go. Now it's complaining. As it should. See, server. You actually don't need to manually call the constructor on server info because it has its own constructor. Might call the cops on snow. You could. It would be funny. So now we're gonna override this for the Brane project data. Hey, you're not convincing me it wouldn't be funny. Alright, now we recursively call all of the data of the members and initialize them, and now there's like the whole tree. And he goes, yeah, I've heard. He might show up expecting something different. Tell them there's snow in your backyard. Have you partaken in it? Alright, and now somewhere in here, I'm gonna say on, actually, Brane project. Actually, I already have a constructor. Let me go to my constructor. After data is, we'll call init members from this constructor, because by the time we get to here, the actual constructor and data will be called. I'll also be able to call init members, and this should work. Where did you buy it? It just fell out of the sky. And that might fix one of the problems causing us to immediately crash when we load stuff. Drop the window right there so I can still peek at Discord on the other screen. It's like, when I'm sitting down, virtual screen overlaps real screen. So anytime you see me doing this, that's because I'm moving the virtual screen out of the way of the real screen so I can actually see it. No theory, indeed. Right now I'm doing business theory. Alright, back to stream. Sorry, I'm like DMing people secretly in the background here. Right. Might be able to get a line of code in here. A line of code in? Officer, he's doing lines of code. I have a patient coding over here. True. Though, I guess this is something I need to research here in a second. Because I'm flying up to Boston in 2 days. Yeah. Where is the cold front right now? '21st cold front moving. Let's see, and today is the 21st. Yeah, I saw a message in the Reality Hack Discord that woo, I just stretched it. Woo. But like somewhere in here, they were saying that here it is. It's dropping to like below freezing, which is going to be very fun. Ignore that. So that's going to be fun, but it's okay. I lived in Idaho for a hot minute, so I know how to layer up. So let's see if this compiles. It doesn't. See, I'm gonna be bringing my PC, so if I get like lost in the cold, all I need to do is like take my PC out of my jacket, put it inside. Well, take my PC out of the backpack, like wrap my parka around it, and then like dig up a crypto miner, install it, and then just like crypto mine while huddled in the cold, and then we're good. I will be very, very warm. Actually, probably a lot, like way too warm. Disable object, no overloaded function could convert all the asset source 62. Indeed, PC heater. My room is like way too hot right now because of the PC. Like every time like a family member walks into my room, they're like, it's hot in here. And even that's actually like been consistent ever since I've had like really powerful PCs, is just everybody walks into my room and they're like, it's really hot in here. I'm also like just naturally more comfortable with hotter temperatures, so I just keep it slightly warmer. I have been accused of lizard many times, but I assure you, I am a mammal. I am human. Want to go skateboards? The 62. No, I am human. And if I wasn't human, I would be lizard. Or prehistoric bird. Closer to prehistoric bird. Reference my VR chat avatar. What do you mean it's happened before? Influencers being Terminators? Or me being a Terminator. Ah, I thought Mark was, the joke was that he's a lizard. But then again, I guess now the joke is that, like, he is AI. Though strangely, he has gotten significantly more human recently. Like, scarily more human. It's all those software updates. Oh, wait a second. That is... Oh. There's both closing brackets. Okay. So all of this is the savable object constructor. Which means I can... go through, delete that. Asset source. I guess we just initialize path, since path is supposed to be constant. Indeed, they update the model every couple months now. It was getting pretty stagnant, but they've started making progress again recently. And if you've seen, like, the meme of him from the inauguration, the update's working a little bit too well. If you know, you know. Now we need... Well, actually, that's not a tracked thing, so we don't need to override it. We do have a tracked value over here, though. Which means that we do need to do init members option. Act type parent override. Oop, this needs to be void init and then members. Asset metadata, init members. We don't need the override there. And then some shared from shared from this. Then we need to go export ID. Cannot initialize object parameter of tracked type with an expression of type asset metadata. What do you mean? The export ID init members. Oh, we pass this in as the parent, but why is this? That is how you call base member implementations of functions, right? Because the other ones weren't complaining. An savable object goes down to tracked object, which goes down to tracked type. Which is what we need to call this. Is this just missing an include? Ah. It hadn't been written. It's all good now. Okay. So we have this all defined, I think. Let's see if this actually compiles and runs yet. Where's my mouse? There it is. In editor asset, tracked object, no overloaded function could convert all the argument types. I don't care if it's not wanting to be edited. Why am I getting texted? Ah, other people are wanting to meet with me. Hello. There we go, and now... Want to... Ooh. can do init members and pass in. I don't care that this is set to read only. Write it. Ding. Third would be 2 days from now? Thursday? Yeah. Let me double check that's actually when my flight is. It's gonna need Face ID. It probably is. All right. Hello, fuselage breaker? Fuselage, but almost looks like fuselage, like the outside of a spaceship. I think that's what that's called, right? The fuselage? Hello. Sorry, you guys are catching me like right when everybody's like... I went live and then everybody's like, it's time to talk to Wireless. Then again, actually no, I reached out to one person, and then a different person started reaching out to me. Because I have plans and schemes to do before I go and all-nighter it up at Reality Hack. But I also want to get this working before Reality Hack. So that's why we're streaming. Let's see if my changes to this file worked. It probably did. Set parent is not a member of asset metadata. It would not be. This is metadata. So let's say init members to some shared from this. This is a static and then we also need to cast this to we can static pointer cast this since it's a upcast. I think that will work. And is there another one? There is! Network. This is new metadata is what I was trying to say there. Looks like it worked. Alright, let's see if it actually worked, because it compiled. And now opening up a old file should fail. Like doing that should fail. And it looks like this is still running. Like the UI is still responsive. Meaning, yeah, failed to load project. Those are Vulkan loader errors. about not being able to find Electron. What? App stuff. But failed to load project, wrong type, expecting string, value was null. So yeah, we actually have error checking on loading stuff now. Amazing! So what we need to do is to create that should have done something. So I'm gonna do test new project create. It's supposed to open the project. It is not opening the project. Or crashing. Oh, here we go. Failed to load project. Can't open. Brane projects. Test new project. Test new project. Brane. So let's see if that exists. So h get Brane. Oh wait, no. Be Brane projects. Test new project. There is no test new project. Brane Engine. Sorry, I can't do that. Yep. But instead of crashing, it says, sorry, I can't do that. Which is an improvement. So here's what we'll do. I know where the error is. At least I have a good guess. So we're going to go to Brane project. CPP. And we need specifically in here. See, it would have given us could not load default project instead of could not open. We have a breakpoint there. Let's try it again. And this time it should pause right here. Could not load default project. Oh. I already have a could not load default project. Which means, I already know where the bug is. It would be inside of here. Unfortunately, HAL 9000 was written in Rust. And it was a logic error, not a memory error. So, let's see. How did I actually... Oh, asset server was under settings. That's why it's messing up. So if I... Where did I write the serializer for this? I think, actually, I put in the CPP file somewhere. There it is. JSON serializer Brane project data. And then we try to read Brane project data. Oh. Right there. Did I also write one for the JSON serializer? It should like straight up error out. If, well actually it's not finding name, because name is under info. Do I wanna Do I want to keep this same structure, or am I too lazy to? It kind of makes sense. Oh! I can break this out into other things later. Do I still have version as one of the variables? No. I'll add version back in. I do want to keep this as asset server though. I think that makes sense. So wherever I do server, I don't have a deserializer written for data. So this literally won't serialize the data at the moment. Let's, we can fix that real fast right here. So we'll do this as Brane server info. Let's actually oh, I didn't click there. Rename this as Brane asset server info. And we're also going to go into here and say, rename this to asset server. And that should work for everything. That's not a incredibly nested template, as I have all over the project. And then in here, we'll just say address and port. And we need to have these as separate values. So that we can, this is the data address. I mean, I don't have an address value. Ah, that's because I forgot to, do that. There we go. And now we just want to do the exact same thing, but for address, port. I might be able to make a preprocessor for that. In any case, that is now written, so we just do check results JSON serializer for Brane asset server info, read JSON asset server. And then I think if I just do that, not that. Oh, is that the ampersand? It is. It just looks funky on my keyboard. And then we say data, asset server. Can I set it? It would be funny if I could set it. Well, since it's a atomic reference, I should just be able to set it to server. Or just a pointer. As long as I assume that I'm calling initialize after deserializing stuff. And now we just need to read it as well. Or rather, write. And now, let me just make sure that this is... I have this set to by default. 2001, Space Odyssey. Do you have a build that works in VR yet, or is it just the project editor at the moment? So at the moment, I have... Sorry, I just hit the mic. At the moment, I have compiled binaries that work for the a PC client, the editor, and then an asset server, because the main thing that I was prototyping before was the asset loading pipeline. I'm hopefully in, I want to say the next 6 months I get VR in. I mean, it's definitely going to be in the next 6 months that I get VR in. It's really just a rendering thing. A little bit of a input thing as well, but mostly just a hook up the rendering pipeline and then pipe the position of the headset back in for the rendering. What I'm really trying to do is get all like the asset pipeline stuff and the scripting working, since that's like the real meat and potatoes, to use a metaphor I'm not sure why I'm using, but yeah, trying to get architecture stuff done. I want to make it so that the window is always always responsive, even if the whatever process is going on in the editor isn't responsive. I wonder if that's a thread issue, like the when I'm moving around the window and it's not rendering. I wonder if that's a threading issue. If I multi-threaded it, would I be able to get it to respond to that? I bet it's a threading issue. Do I still have a breakpoint there? I do. Oh, it still failed to load the default project. Rip. Did I write this? I'm not sure I remembered to write it. Let's see what the default project looks like in our build folder. Oh no, it's written. Let's see what errors we print out. Missing comma or... Oh. I love having logging that actually works and like tells me what the error was instead of it just crashing. This is actually really useful. I should have done this years ago. I also want the editor to remember which screen it was active on last. So right now it keeps opening up on my main monitor, which is not the monitor that I'm streaming from. So we still have this as a breakpoint. So we'll see 3, 2, there we go. Ooh, actual exception. That's not supposed to happen. A lock? We got an error on a lock? Did we recursively lock something? I bet we recursively locked something. This would be the first time this is ever called. Something tells me that... Context is set to context. So that is properly carried over. Honestly, this should be a weak pointer, though. Invalid value object. But the pointer isn't null. The pointer is a value. And the correct function was called. Like, we were in the correct lambda. String parsing error, though. That could just be a problem of, I mean, I think it just fails to parse strings in general. Like, if I go down here, size 0, so yeah, this is, yeah. That string is correct. Invoke inner lock. You see this 0 CCCCCCC? That looks like inner isn't properly initialized. Handle. Is it handle or is it? It's add listener on the callback itself. Inner. Inner is not initialized, so I am missing a constructor for event that initializes its inner pointer. The process exited. Let's run it again now that we actually initialize this pointer. Let's actually delete that breakpoint. Project already exists. Ah. We will do test project 2 then. It has been added to the list, but it failed. I don't have an actual debug message. Failed to load project, could not load default project. Wrong type, expecting string, value is 2000. Ah. Yeah. So, yeah. The reason it would do this is very simple. I have the port as a string. Where was it again? Project, Brane project. Where is Brane project? There it is. Now, do I want this to be a... it makes sense for it to be a number. Either or. I didn't define you in 16, did I? We'll do 32 then. That's, yeah. Port is data, port value. Three to U long. String reference. Unsigned long. Physics name for this item is deprecated. Said use the C. Li to A. The part of the, not API, standard. Does it want us to use from chars instead? Yeah, let's do from chars. Wait, no, this is string to int. Not string to int. So what is the to chars? It makes more sense to keep this as a number everywhere else as well. keep the data clean all the way through the project. And then when we get to the actual, whatchamacallit, the UI, the sync window, I believe it is? Sync window is the only one that's going to deal with this. Oh, so I just use... I just use S2I. String to int. And then... that's totally not going to error out. Oh. Well, we aren't fully doing the... I'll leave that for the pipeline refactor that I'm going to do after this. So here, when we do port equals port value, it just works. Like, you can do a toString on it, and it's fine. Oh, failed. Tracked value could not convert from const char pointer to const tracked value 42 ROM Brane project 12. Ah. So I do need to have this as a as string. Oh, we also need to do it for new project as well. Tracked value. No overloaded function could convert all argument types. Could be tracked value. Huh? Oh, you're talking about the port. Because the other stuff was compiling. Still not working. Why? Invalid section for comdat. What? What's that supposed to be? Link invalid section. I have never seen that error before in my life. I'm just gonna try running again. And it just works. Something to do with file permissions or something, I guess. All right. Test approach 2. Create. Error? Bug broken? Bug broken. It's the directory iterator? So we got further. I do correctly set the watch directory. And we index assets. So something's wrong with the directory, but I can't. Text error, summary parsing error. I'm gonna see if I can fix this text error, summary parsing error. But I'm running debug builds. Can it do that automatically? Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. MS PC set C standard library. Hmm. There's something to do with code LLDB. Oh well. I guess the solution would be to build with Clang. But I don't want to do that. Let's try adding watch string. String is not defined. String is not defined. Of course it's defined. File system path string. That's the function that you call. If I do watch directory, my size 45, so it is something. Oh, here it is. Default assets, default project file, Brane / assets. Okay, so something's wrong with the actual path itself that we're trying to open. In here, whenever we set it to the file path, what we want to do is, well, let's just see what the file path is here. if it will load. There we go. I want load. Brane project load. Yeah, that one. There we now have access to the file path. If it opens. But the debugger is being very slow. Here it is. Default assets, project files, Brane. This is trying to load Brane. So it tries to load Brane, but then on init load. Oh, nope. But then the directory iterator. The file path is the file path to the file path is the file path to the Brane project file itself. Ah, okay. You remove file name. Just make sure this is always the root path, root directory. I think it's parent path. Come on, internet. Did my internet just crap out? Please, no! Okay, no, my upload speed is still fine. It's just CPP reference recently. It's like, this is fine. Oh, there we go. Wonder if somebody's DDoSing CPP reference right now. Because it occasionally has not been working for me. So if we do file system path, current path, Yeah, parent path is what I want. I think it's the main C++ reference site out there. Like, it's the most popular. I don't know why you would, other than, like, bring C++ development to a halt. It's the rustaceans! They're behind it. They're like, haha, if nobody can use C++, they'll use Rust. This is a plan that will work. And will have zero repercussions in the long term. I don't know. I'm just like, site no work. Obviously, it is under attack. This is obviously the correct first conclusion to come to. Let's see if it was actually created last time. Or, okay. What is bug? Show me bug. Same bug. There we go. Finally updated. So it's a watch directory. Default assets, assets. Ah. This is problem. The problem is that I'm trying to load the default project as an actual project and then change like names over. But it's not working that way. Wait a second. It's underneath init loaded, underneath create. Huh? For one, I should be calling init loaded on load. Like, I should be calling that in here. Let's throw a, if init project, then in here, when we try to load the default thing, we don't init. so we don't cause ourselves errors. But here, for some reason, in init loaded, root wait, root is correct. The indexer isn't. It's the indexer that's broken. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create void asset indexer start, and this is going to be when we actually initialize stuff. And then we'll also call index assets. And in here, let us call indexer start, pass in root, but we don't want to pass in root. We want to pass in root assets. I'm realizing we never set root, did we? Somehow. Then whenever we do Brane project load, do I correctly do root is When I do save, let's save to root. Project name. Member name value. Is it just get? No, it's not get. It is. Alright. Makes so weird that it. Basic string const char. I don't want to do basic string and const char. I want to do that. Indirection requires pointer operand. What do you mean requires pointer operand? There's set and then there's value. Ah. I do value, but then I do need to dereference the value. I'm forgetting how my own stuff works. And there we go. Now the project root is actually the project root, and we save the name of the project according to the name of the project. Possibly. Everybody's on the spectrum of brain rot. Go. Let's try reopening test project 2 here. See what the error is. It's still the directory iterator, but it's a different directory iterator. What is path? Brane projects assets. Same. Emit. I know emit is a typo, but it is kind of true. Like, you know, you don't want to be the Rizzler all the time, you know? Hear what? Oh, it can get so much worse. But I'll hold off for now. The directory tree path. For some reason, path. Project value root. So we get the root of the project, but the root of the project is... Wait, if I call get parent path, if I call parent path on a directory, does it give me the parent path of the directory instead of remove file name? I think I probably want remove file name then. If it's foobar, it would just be foo. See, that still removes... We'll call remove file name on here. But that should... Actually, if we append it like this, it should keep it as a directory, right? Or would it? We just won't do remove file name then. We will expect people to pass in the correct value by default. Which means I have to make sure read passes in, or rather load passes in the file path. The parent path of that. And then here, directory project name is correct. Could be a problem with the It's like root path here. Brane projects assets. Yeah, that's completely wrong. I wonder if... See, now I'm really confused because for it to load the project, there would need to be a project file. Like, the project exists. It's just, when we load it, something's happening with the root directory. But not when we create it, because creation happened fine. Something's happening here. So we should break right here. There we go. First check is, what is file path? File path is correct. Correct. Now we want that to be... I don't like the way that that's appended there, though. That is incorrect. Recent projects path. So something about how recent projects get stored. Anyway, the file name is on surface level correct. Now, O steps into... Oh. Nope, steps out. Which one is the step into? The I? Dang it. Well, we can at least check the project. Load res value. Variant okay. Brane project value. What is the root of the project? The root is correct. The root of the project is correct. Brane projects test project 2. So when we get to here, obviously this path that is passed in is not correct, because Brane project assets, which means that would do it. Okay. Can we get into the UI this time? Oh. This is to breakpoint, so it might be fine. Yep, we got into the UI this time. Which means, yeah, the serialization stuff is theoretically working. And other stuff is theoretically working. Now, we just need to be able to create, well, anything. Let's try to get an image asset working throughout the entire pipeline. This is going to take a bit. It's going to take a bit of work, and then the other ones are going to be easier. The first thing that we need to do is make it so that... Actually, let's just see what happens if we try to load an image asset. Find a good image that we'll use for testing. We'll just use like the Brane logo for now. We'll do. Open up test project 2. See if I can show this in the file browser. I cannot. That button is still broken, no matter what I do. So we'll just go to Brane projects. test project to assets. And then let's throw the Brane logo in here. Click back into the editor. And it does show up. I need to come up with an actual event for when there's been a file update. Brane Engine except it's brain rotted. Yep. And then, yeah, from this is all it can do. So before, it would show a little preview of the asset in there. And that should be able to. See, like, edit works, but show in file browser doesn't. So what we want to happen is we want a little meta file to pop up with metadata about the Brane logo, and then we want to be able to edit that metadata to change stuff about the image, like the color space. To do that, we need to go to image source H here, and also need to create an image source CPP. Question for myself, which is, how do I handle serialization and deserialization of metadata? Do I just want to do like a metadata type and make sure it's always unique? I could be a pain to handle long term. But it seems like the best solution in this particular instance. So in serializing, we'll just throw in a metadata type. Variable, I guess. So let's do PNG source metadata, and I also want to do well, let's actually do image asset metadata, and then we can inherit from that to do a specifically PNG asset metadata. Now I'm going to indeed, it must be filled. Then here in load, we do asset metadata deserialize. Warning, I haven't written this yet. Did I get any messages in here about... Nope. There's actually a fair number of empty classes that I've just stubbed out everywhere. So in here, we're basically going to do a giant So what I'm very tempted to do is make JSON serializer use member functions instead of static functions, and then put a bunch of JSON deserializers into or what I could do instead is just create like a metadata deserializer class. And then we could create a metadata serializer class? I don't know. For now, so we're gonna call this the metadata label, or we'll call it type label. Maybe type name? The type of the metadata? Here we'll do type name override and the reason why I have PNG here is because I also want like potentially JPEG asset metadata to be its own thing, just in case there's differences about how we want to import JPEGs opposed to PNGs, but still have them considered an image asset source. Since I use the same library for both of them. Which means I might have a mesh asset source or have a tracked value, which is actually image asset source doesn't have any information in it for the moment. But what I do have for image asset metadata is I want a color space. So in here I will include assets, types, image asset. An image asset has a image type, which I want to change this to color space because I've learned a lot more about how this works, but I think that's for a different refactor. Also, this is horrendous. I'm different refactor. So image asset, image type. I'm about to embark on a journey of metaperking nightmares. Oh joy. That's always fun. Can't be as fun as the entirely template-based wrappers that I made for MySQL, not MySQL, SQLite wrappers. That was fun. And also incredibly cursed. So we're gonna do image asset, image type. This is really color space, with color being sRGB and linear being raw, I think. No, with normal being a raw color space, and then linear being something. Optimize Picotron rendering pipeline. I need to minimize the number of function calls and data transfers, but I also want to reuse code. My best recourse is to just concatenate each feature of the pipeline together. True programmers make self-modifying code indeed, when your code codes the code. So we're gonna have image asset source. And this will take in path. And at the end of this, from this path, we'll be able to figure out like what type of metadata this requires, what the default metadata is, all that sort of stuff. Do I store anything other than color space? I do have a default project. So I finally got around to making an example projects repo right as I nuke the formats for every single asset type. But what this can show me is what it used to look like. So if you look at textures, we're currently refactoring image. So image, this is essentially the metadata before. So we have image type and the source. So we don't need the source, but we do have the ID and the image type. So this is already done. Completely. And it's over-engineered to have different, like, PNG versus JPEG stuff. I think for now we only need image asset metadata. So let's open up image source and include image source H. And let's do the constructor. All we need to do for now is call asset source. Already established that some of these hosted worlds will definitely try to infect with malware. I only imagine one definitely being named that. Being named what? It's not a bug, it's feature crashed. What are we talking about? I'm lost. What did I say? I made a funny joke and don't remember it? No! Know what they're on about? I don't either. You mean like the example projects? Image asset. Ooh, we want this to be metadata. Metadata. This is an image metadata. Just plain image. And we also need to do init members. Option third pointer tracked type parent. Let me see if I got it. I did get the definition correct. We'll throw that down here as well. Image asset metadata. And we'll just do tracked type init. Actually, do we need to do asset metadata? Init members? Probably want to rename that whole directory before finished release, specifically to prevent people from just bootstrapping into admin. I'm not sure which directory you're talking about. You mean like the default assets directory? Because there won't be anything that I'm directly loading from that directory. If I do load anything, it's going to be scripts using the same sandboxing system as the external stuff uses. So it would be the same amount of secure as external code. Init members parent auto p equals sum, and then paired from this. And then we want to set color space. Oh, right. Init members. There we go. You know what I could probably do? Not much, not much. Just doing more refactors. We're actually to the point where we can compile the engine and test the refactors, though, so it's a lot more interesting. I might make a serializer for tracked data. When can I see? In a moment. Well, actually, it's still running. Like, here's the editor. It is completely blank because it can't load assets right now, because we completely refactored how the asset loading system, like editor assets loading system, worked, and we're slowly adding it piece by piece. Right now, we're trying to reload in the an image asset. Yes, right now the editor is very minimalist because it is very much programmer UI. Utilitarian. Does it work? Yes. Does it need to be any better than that? No. So I eventually want to replace all of this UI. This is using like a very standard UI framework called IamGUI, which if you make UI with C or C++, you use IamGUI. It's the standard library. Or you use there's another library that's used in like cars and industrial stuff called, I'm forgetting the name. It might be Qt. Is Qt the graphics library? Qt graphics. What? Yeah, it is called Qt. So, you know, if you want like a Qt graphics, it, like, you've probably seen stuff on like your car. It's Qt. That is what they use for that. If you're like making anything CUI, like a lot of game engines use this. Eventually, I want to replace it with whatever UI system I start using for in-game, because this is not clean enough for, it's not cool looking enough for in-game graphics, and it's not, you can't mess around with it enough to make it look good for in-game graphics. So I'm eventually going to replace it so we use the same system in-game and for the editor. That way it's like a dog fooding thing. Like, you're using the same UI that you're using in-game, and if I need to make it, if it's good enough to use for the editor, it's good enough for in-games, hopefully. And hopefully the in-game aspect of it doesn't make it worse for in-editor. But for now, it probably, what I'm saying is, it will keep the same vibe. I'm gonna keep the same vibe of UI. Like, the color scheme will stay mostly the same. Like, I'm a huge fan of green. There are not enough green applications on PC. I don't know why people don't use green more. Green is good. But, yeah. So right now we're just making it, we're fleshing out the metadata system. Probably not green and white, probably like more dark mode, green and grays and blacks. Green and white could work. Oh, you're saying like the current green and white. Yeah, that isn't very contrasty. The probably will need to be like black lettering on the actual tabs and stuff. I feel like somebody has brought that up before, because I feel like I have thought about the contrast there. Yeah, maybe darker green on tabs could work, but it is kind of like a dark mode UI at the moment. Will you add a feature to add custom colors to the theme? That is something that I want to do. Because at the moment, like, the UI already has a, it already has a theme system, because IamGUI has a built-in theme system, and that is a custom theme that I wrote for it. Alright, thanks for sticking around while you could. We are going to finish the metadata. What else do I need to put in here? Asset type. As get to dog food, a library I was making on a game I was making without having to deal with submodules or subtrees. Ended up hiding the dependency.get file from the dependent. The only issue with it is you can't communicate that relationship to Git when you clone it. That sounds like torture. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was thinking about making a serializer for tracked type specifically. For tracked value. Hmm. Time zones do be crazy. I mean, it's 6 here. Where are you? Staying up late in, like, Europe? Let's serializer, JSON serializer, and actually we need this to be a class T, and then we are going to make this for tracked value. We're having to choose between manually copying over files with basically no source control at all, or having to deal with needing to push work in progress code to the dependency repo at any time I need to test something dependent. I just use Git for everything. Git LFS. It just makes it easy, and it has saved me a number of times when, like, hard drives have blown up and stuff. I'm going to put in tracked value T. Both repos. But it sounds like you got something really wonky going on with whatever you're doing. I'm gonna yank that. We're gonna throw that in there. Just that they're both mutually completely oblivious to the fact. Like the decision of which one to, like, which data to put in which repo and stuff like that. Am I ready? I'm not really ready. I was, to be completely honest, this is going to be like my first actually real hackathon. And like I was planning to go in it with like, oh, here's my game engine. We're going to be using the game engine. So we're going to, like, here's the scope that can fit into the game engine. But now that I'm not actually bringing the game engine and I can just kind of do anything, I'm sitting here like, well, this, like, really opens up the possibilities of which project I can make. But which you would think is a good thing initially, but then you're like, oh, like, I could build anything. What do I build? Or what will my, because, like, I'll have a team. I'm now, like, less sure about building a team as well. My framework for winning is gone. Okay. I'm also interested in trying out the hardware hack as well. I, like, have relatively limited experience with hardware, but now that I'm not trying to do an explicitly software thing, like, I could do the hardware hack. The hardware hack is cool. But I'm, like, very much a software guy. When is the Hardware Curious workshop? Is that going to be possibly Thursday when I will be in the air, or Thursday when I will have arrived? at 10 a.m. on Thursday. I might be on a plane. Let's see this. When does my plane take off? What takes off? I will be going through TSA when that is happening. So I'm not demoing it. I was planning to attempt to bring it. It won't be live? I mean, I can go to it, watch it on the plane or whatever. But yeah, I was planning to try to take Brane Engine to Reality Hack, thus the series of streams where I'm, like, counting down, like, a couple weeks ago, where I'm, like, trying to get it working. But then I, like, started on this current refactor that we're still on, and just barely got recompiling. Most workshops on Thursday are in-person only. You mean if I try to register for the thing? How long is the flight? When do I get in? So I get in at like 3. So I don't know if that's too late. Do I need to like run over to campus if I do want to? Just have to check in by 5 or 6. Do I want to do the hardware hack? Because I'm very much a software person, but I could make the software of whatever hardware very good. Potentially. Or very bad. I could make it very bad quickly. What is this? Read T value. Or, yeah. Hardware hack cutoff is earlier. Oh, you mean registration for the hackathon itself? I guess I will have to run over to campus then. Do JSON serializer for the type read s. Then we're gonna put in data and then value, which is actually going to be never did hardware. Our team won an award in the hardware hack last year. The best part is learning. Okay. I don't want JSON serializer. I want tracked value. Want value set to data. See, here's the thing. I can't really make it versioned, can I? Because I just have to immediately call forward on that value to force set it. Oh well. Finished packing my bag and compiling a demo of our project. Got 4 a.m. train tomorrow. Oh, you got to take a train? I'm jealous. I'm not flying in till Thursday, so unless you're talking about like virtually see me tomorrow. Like I don't have a, well actually Yeah. I'm like, wait a second. Because, like, the Airbnb that I'm staying at doesn't have tomorrow night as a night, I think. If it does, I might need to see if I can move my plane up. Right. Let me see how I implemented this for Brane project. Here we go. Okay, I just do dash value. And then it works. And again, value is a lock. Means I might need to dereference it. I do need to dereference it. And there we go. I think. I have now written away the weirdness, I think. So no longer do I have to do this and this. I can just do data.address. And be weirded out by this indirection requires pointer operand. If I make this operator return a pointer, does it magically work? Indirection requires pointer operand. Yeah, see, it's supposed to be a dereference. Hmm. Oh, wait a second. I need to do JSON serializer and then correct type. Like that, and that is tracked type. Or no, tracked value. For some reason that works, and I don't know why. So that's working, but I can't help feeling that there should be an easier way. Because with binary serialization, I was able to override the piping operator, and that worked pretty well. But here, I don't know if I could override the pipe operator, because we don't have any custom types here. Or rather, we don't have a left-hand side custom type. I might be able to do it with tracked type. No. I mean, like, both of those work fine, or should work fine. I could even take it one step further and do a serializer for the shared pointer wrapper. But then you would still need to put the shared pointer wrapper over here. How do I template this better? The definition of JSON serializer. Hello, things go well. The editor currently, well, it might not compile at this exact moment, but we actually have it up and running again, semi-consistently, and we're working on writing metadata files for the new asset system. And at this very precise moment, I'm considering how to make the JSON serialization less verbose, because right now, to serialize one value in most of my structures, it's this. Does it tell me how many characters it is? This 90 character? The 90 character seems like too much. Anyway, it might be a 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 90 character seems like too much, but this 90 character abomination. But yeah, I do currently have a version of the editor released on the GitHub. So if you go to github.com Brane Engine, I do have one release here with like binaries. Very, very, very buggy, but you should be able to run the example projects. Because I do have one example project, which is what I demoed at CES, which is just like a broken helmet GLTF file, which looks very nice. Though, actually, there is some missing changes to the shaders. They'll make that not work quite right. Basically, if you do want to try it out, but like have it actually work, hold off for a couple months. Alright, back to my musings about JSON serialization. JSON serializer. Might be able to nickname, abbreviate everything, but I suggest that be a final build thing. Well, what I'm thinking about right now is more so making it so I don't run out of steam before I finish writing everything, because I'm about to write a ton of serialization functions. What I could do is could create a serialize like util. Probably wouldn't be able to decipher it all later if you started simplifying it now. No, I would still be able to parse it out. if you want to see the sheer level of somehow I can still read this that I can put up with, let me show you prepped SQL .h. So this is a header-only library for like serializing out, like prepping SQL calls and compiling them and automatically calling all of the bind arguments for them. Like, I'm able to still figure this out, though this was a lot of work to figure out initially. But what I'm thinking right now for simplification of this is very, very simple. If I can figure out the way that I want to handle it, because yeah, right now I'm having a hard time figuring out how I want to handle it, because I've already done a easy serialization system, and that is what I use for the binary serialization of assets. So if I go to common assets, let's take assembly for instance. All of it just uses the piping operators. You can see I just input serializer is the message. So like this is piping data out of the message into component ID and then into component size. And then, yeah, it's just very easy. So instead of having to write this whole deal, instead it's just one operator. And this operator, I even have that operator returning a result. Like, this is error checkable even. And I want to do something similar to that, but I don't think the piping operator works for JSON because I feel like the piping operator is already implemented for it. If it's not, I'm about to commit sin. It's not already implemented, so actually, no. Let's call this JSON parse util, maybe? And into JSON parse util, we'll just do it's really hard to chain stuff, but we don't want to chain stuff because we still want to get specific members out. That's the main difference between this and the piping operators, because the piping is the stream. This is specifically, we want specific members. Second, I was thinking, like, what if we just overrode the equality operator? Are there other operators, other equality operators? throw Unicode symbols at it. No. I need binary operators. Could do bitwise left shift assignments and right shift assignments. Because it's overloadable. And I'm almost certain that's not already an existent thing. Now, what would really make sense is to pass in some sort of serializer class here and then just override, like, put members on that serializer class. But what I'm gonna do is just do a JSON parse util. Read, and this will take in a const JSON value reference, and then output, or we'll take in a t reference value, and all this function needs to do is return the result of JSON serializer t read JSON value. And all this is doing is implicitly extracting the type and then passing it into JSON serializer. And this turns this giant line into, instead of all that, we just do JSON parse util read address. Or JSON parse util read data. And I'm even going to take it one step further. And we're also going to write a serializer for where are you? This shared pointer wrapper. In here, we'll put JSON serializer. This won't be, well, actually, we do need it to be a template. And then instead of unordered map, it's very simple. We just do JSON serializer for T, and we read the value, and we pass in just the dereference. Now I know that's like a lot of effort to go into to not have to it's a lot of effort just to not have to write like pointer operate like a single star or reference there, but I think it's worth. Weird that it like wants me to do that half the time though. Is it just like serializing a size T though? If I pass in a pointer? I don't know. I'm gonna do this to be safe. Since my LSP isn't working. And now over here, I can literally just do that. And then we can also do right instead. Let's see if that compiles. I think I broke other stuff, but I want to see if that compiles. It does not compile. Not convert argument 2 from const t to tracked value string reference with t equals track value. Huh? Conversion loses qualifiers. Loses modifiers. So when we write, oh, it looks like I forgot to do this there. Did I ever forget to put the reference there? No. Maybe on this pointer? I did. There it is. So it failed. Editor action does not have an overloaded member. This is tracked value 102. Does not have editor action does not have an overloaded member. But I thought that set. No, it doesn't. Okay. So I just click do.forward. There we go. So theoretically it works. Oh, I serialized address twice. But I mean, that seems to open fine. I don't actually have anywhere that I actually show the name of the project. It would be cool to do something like a little show what project it is up there at the top window there. But it seems that the parsing is working fine, at least in this example. So let's change this to the parse util for name. And let's also change it to the same for server. Yep, this might work. Member name server, asset server. I wonder if that will work. Non-const L value type Brane asset server info cannot bind to an L value of unrelated type S pointer Brane asset server info. That would have to do with the Cannot take the address of an R value of type Brane server info. There we go. Theoretically, that might work. I wonder if this worked. So if I go to Brane project here and look at the actual Brane file, you can see that asset server did actually get written correctly. Which means this weird syntax here actually works. Which weirds me out. I don't like that. Because I've never seen it before until I started writing wrappers. But yeah, that's a lot cleaner than what I was doing before. Oh, this would even be able to do just data name. And this... can just do that. In fact, it should just be able to do that. I'm gonna put a breakpoint there and see if that abstraction even works. Because I'm suspicious it won't. But also hopeful that it will. Okay, let's see what is contained in data. Specifically asset server. Address is really the only one that was contained there. So I wish, characters, strings would just work. There we go, localhost. So that did parse correctly. It did parse correctly. Also, why do I have name here twice? Is that for like version? I don't know. But this significantly decreases the mental burden of writing these boilerplate serializers. Okay, back to metadata. Potentially back to metadata. At least one metadata working. Here we want asset source H. So I can see everything that I need to implement here. We don't need a virtual unsaved changes because we already implemented an unsaved changes using savable object. I do think that save needs to be what do we need for metadata? We need the assets that it exports with a source ID, which we can just set to something like main. I guess if we do bitmaps eventually, it could make sense for image assets to have multiple, or I guess LODs would potentially eventually be. It is quite extensive. So those are the main functions that we need to implement there. Do I have any other virtual functions? I guess save and type. Which are pretty easy to implement. Let's start implementing these. We already have init members. Oh wait, that's image asset metadata. We're not even looking at metadata yet. We're just looking at asset source. gonna stub all of these out. Then for exported assets, return. For the moment, we only have one exported asset from any image asset source. And that is going to be an asset source ID with, did I make a constructor for asset source ID? I didn't. Which means it's just going to be a JSON value main. So asset source IDs are scoped to a particular asset. So when you go to an editor asset and you give it an asset source ID, that gives you a asset exported from that asset source. So we don't need this to be any more complicated than like main. And then the next thing we need to export is asset type, which for now is just image. Oh, it's a vector. We added another pair of curly brackets. Yep. So next, if we ask to build metadata, if ID data is not equal to main, can I just do that? Can I just check if the value of a thing is a thing? It'd be really funny if I could do that. It is a very cryptic message that somebody will eventually have to figure out. We'll make shared asset metadata. Oh, actually we want this image asset metadata. Ah, right, because this needs to be to an asset metadata. So we'll just let that autocast do its thing. And the reason this function is here is, what if it's like a GLTF and there's several different asset sources? You need to generate the default metadata for all of those different asset sources, or particular asset sources. You can just pass them in one by one, and then it goes through and, yeah, loads them one by one. So then when we build the asset, this is when I need to reference image editor image asset, which is the old implementation of this. So we do a auto image equals make shared image asset. And we want to say image name is equal to I don't have a name for this asset. We'll just do path or I guess name could be part of the metadata, couldn't it? Path file name. So then I think stem is stem file name without final extension. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. I just wanted to double check. Okay, image. We also need this to be like so. Image ID is equal to metadata export ID value. Come on, export ID is an asset ID. There we go. And then we also need to do the actual loading of the image itself. Which we do using stb image. And then if we fail to load, we don't do a runtime error. Instead, we return an actual error. And see, this would have been a memory leak because I forgot to delete that asset. go, and then we just say all of these. And currently we don't save anything at all, and then the image asset source type, we just return this, I believe. Shared pointer. Return shared from this. Go on to static pointer cast to image asset source, because that is one of the acceptable values for the variant that is asset source type. And the reason I want the variant is in case we're ever doing switching, like in UI and stuff. Ooh. This will be very useful later. And I think that's the majority of implementations for the image asset source itself. We potentially want some read-only data about the image, which means I may need to run stbi load image at the beginning, but I want to avoid that. I might come up with like a cache info system that isn't metadata, but is stored in the metadata file. And that could store like the current file hash, or the last time we loaded it file hash. Yeah. Let me check to see, are there any other things that I need to implement for this to actually work? Or is it still a virtual? Because the image asset source does everything it needs to right now. It declares what assets it exports, it declares the metadata, the default metadata, it builds the asset on request, oh, I should do some validation to make sure that metadata is the correct metadata. Oh, wait a second. Where do I do image? Image type is equal to metadata, color space, value. What do you mean no? Oh. Dynamic pointer cast. Image asset metadata. Metadata. If res return error incorrect metadata passed. Incompatible type mutex. There we go. Now I'm actually using the metadata and validating the metadata. So now, what do I have left to do here? I do need to write a JSON serializer for only image asset metadata. I make a serializer for asset metadata? No, I didn't. I should do that. We're gonna do based on parse util read s source ID Oh, this is actually super easy. We literally just do source ID is equal to value dot source ID data. Since it is a JSON value, no override. It's literally a JSON value. Oh, it's constant. Oh, we're reading. My bad. We do it the other way around. And then we do it the other way around. That's the source ID. And we do check result JSON parse util read s, specifically s export ID value export ID, and then here we do write. And I don't think I do anything else here specific. I just wanted to get those two base values. In there, and then this is the actual implementation. Ah, were you successful in your quest? Glorious. I want to check results based on parse util read s value, but asset metadata the reason why I do that is now I don't have to manually write in every single time I want to do the IDs. I just remember to put a asset metadata parse statement in there, and then it works. So let's throw a couple more of these in for image. Well, actually, just only for value color space. And then we're done with the parser. Now comes the fun part. Editor asset, CPP, load asset. So right here is where we do our image asset source. So let me check what constructor I'm using here for editor asset. Oh, here we go. It's the private one, source path, and the actual asset source. source, which we're doing an automatic conversion from here. We'll just do a make shared. Image asset source. Do I need to do anything more complicated here? Or is this just going to magically work? Let's see if it magically works. It's not going to, well, I don't have asset metadata written for deserialize there. So it might auto-generate metadata every single time we open the editor. Asset metadata has already been defined. Oh, editor asset H43. Well, the serializer I wrote after the fact is significantly better than this. We're just gonna nuke it. Not access protected member declared in class editor asset editor asset CPP 11. What do you mean it can't access protected member declared in editor asset? Specifically this member. You mean the source move? Editor asset. It's the declaration of editor asset. But load asset is a member function. It should be able to access that constructor if that's what it's complaining about. With shared pointer image asset source, editor asset, cannot access protected member declared in editor asset. Let's try casting it to asset source and seeing if that helps it a bit. Appears not. Maybe I'll just make the constructor for this public. Deal with it later. For some reason, the member function could not call the protected member of its own class. Okay, so we have a undefined reference to image asset source. Did I actually define the constructor? I did, which means that I forgot to put this in the CMake lists. I think it's image source. Now it's saying cannot initiate abstract class. Asset metadata type void is abstract. Image asset source, image asset source. Asset metadata. Oh. It's metadata it's complaining about. Never mind. The one that it's complaining about is... Oh, wrong file. Specifically that we need asset type, asset metadata, asset type, override. Qualified name. Hides virtual. I don't mean it hides a virtual. It's supposed to override it. Virtual asset type, oh, it's supposed to be constant. And then we also want our variant constructor. So we'll turn type image, and then this will return a static pointer cast to image asset metadata shared from this. And that should take care of those particular abstract class things. Correct value asset ID, no appropriate default constructor available. An image source CPP 16. You are correct. I do not set the default value. I think I will do so, saying if that will work. And then for asset ID, I don't want to make a constructor for this, but I have to. If I make a constructor for this, I have to make it. Well, I don't have to make a constructor for this. I have to make a constructor for image asset metadata. See, we're gonna make this a Brane asset ID. Domain UUID. I'll just leave it blank. Because UUID will automatically generate a universally unique identifier, I believe. No, it won't. Oh. Oh. Guess I just can't get around it. Asset metadata. Hmm. Now that we have that constructor, it will force us to make a constructor for image source as well. Which you already do. I'm gonna do a make default function instead of a constructor. See, I'm trying to make it not auto-generate GUIDs every single time. I think at this point is probably fine. I'm going to do asset metadata, and then source ID is just going to be main. We're going to do Brane asset ID. Brane asset ID. Can I navigate to it? Ah, the parsing's broken. There we go. So we want to do domain and then UUID. So for domain, I'm not going to put anything. And then for UUID, we're going to do UID generate. Okay, I'm just going to blatantly unwrap it. Then from that point on, the default values are pretty much fine. Asset ID H syntax error new. Okay, so ID 20. It's writing. Yeah, I know I was like going to write something out there, but I didn't. Oh, I'm on the wrong build. Image active value. Okay. Here on image asset metadata, I need to set one looks like a linker error. Asset metadata serialize is unresolved. Here's how I'll do it. Did I put serialize as a virtual? I didn't. Oh, I put serialize as a constant virtual. So the default thing that we will serialize from JSON value out of line definition of serialize const. There we go. I wonder, can I just do serialize and then have serialize be match the type and then do auto v then we just do this on a serializer. Can I put auto there? Actually, no. I can use the JSON parse util. write value metadata, and then I can just failed to write metadata, reason res error. Oh, nope. I was not clicking. Let's see, let's force the return type here. Parse util, JSON serializer error, toString. There we go. So this theoretically will automatically generate an override for every single parse type. And then we just have to manually implement deserialization. but we also want to do value data type is equal to metadata data type. Maybe type name. It is type name. So we'll call this type name. Actually, we'll call it metadata type. Keep it easy on ourselves. Now, every time we parse a metadatum, we can do auto type or metadata type is equal to value dot get or root get metadata type or none as string if metadata type is equal to none, return error met no metadata type. Metadata type key was missing from metadata. Metadata type of was not unrecognized. Hopefully that's spelled correctly. If metadata type is equal to image, which I believe that's what I turn Okay, I think that's the start of our metadata deserialized, and we'll just have to remember to add metadata to deserialize there every single time. Ah. Okay, that fixes that error, and that was the only one in there. Are there any others, or was it only editor asset? There's something wrong with the image source too. Cannot. Image type void const is abstract. Asset metadata type. Well, there's image asset metadata type. Yeah, see, there it is right there. Image asset metadata. Asset metadata type. Cannot instantiate image asset metadata as abstract class. The following members. Oh, constant. That's right. I made a constant version of it. To satisfy the constant switch. Does it work? Looks like it does. or it's going to complain about there's no constants inside of the variant, so the constant isn't withheld or held through. Yep, cannot convert construct type. So we need like a const asset metadata type, or I could say screw this. I could go to the asset metadata class. Screw that. Then when we go to serialize, just make serialize not constant. Boom! Problem solved. Image asset metadata type. Virtual asset metadata type. Image asset metadata type with override specifier override. I don't think I wrote everything. And it compiles. Let's see the crash. Let's see the crash. Let's see the crash. It crashed on return OK void? Or did it crash on check results? Failed on trying to read this. Correct Brane project data read Brane project data reference. This is where it failed. It's in here. Oh wait, it didn't fail. It didn't fail. I have a breakpoint in here. Well, I'm gonna run it again without any changes, except removing my breakpoint. Because the breakpoint was why it paused, and I didn't realize that. Oops. Code was working. Code was working great. Now do we see crash? Yes, now we see crash. Bad weak pointer, shared pointer, init members, shared from this. Ah. So we need to still call init members on editor asset. There we go. And now we just need to remember to call init members wherever we call editor asset from. Which I believe right now is only editor asset load asset. So after we do all of that, asset init members, but I also want to do, while we're at it, wait a second, do I init members? I do metadata init members here as I go through. Would be cleaner to do it in one spot. Why is this not happy? Something's up with my formatter. Or something. Now that we have that one init members, I can do get rid of that init members and get rid of that init members. And now it all happens in the one init members. Which is the only place we load it from. So now, but also, the fact that we got that error means that it was actually trying to load an editor asset. Which means, in a sense, it was getting further along. In one aspect, it was getting further along. Different bug? Ooh, no implementation of JSON serializer for enum image asset, image type. Okay. I wonder if you know what? I can write a custom implementation of this so we can do strings, and then they make sense in the actual here. I'm going to create another template for image asset, image type. And we're going to serialize this as a string. We're going to switch on value. But then we have a string that is text. Actually, I'll do a default here, which is then there's several error types. Just call it parser error for now. Weird, my highlighting has completely crapped out on me. LSP isn't completely dead. And then we want a message, and this message is let's give ourselves an actual error there. And say if text equals color, value equals image, set color, else if text equals oh. Oh, this is write or read. So this bit of code goes here. This bit of code goes here. And there's a specific error I have for this, which is wrong, I guess wrong string format. Putting far too much effort into this. That is a very good error. Now, potentially, it will work. Now that we have the serializer actually implemented. I'm actually really surprised that's the first time I've gotten the runtime serializer exception. Ah, I did actually get an error. And it was on the match for serialize? Oh. Asset metadata, serialize, lambda, image asset metadata, shared pointer image asset metadata, parse util, right. I wish I could see where in the lambda it failed. So, was it type that failed? So the easy way around this is just to force every metadata type to serialize itself. And this we actually can have as const. And then an image source we'll do JSON value image asset metadata serialize const. Some of my LSP features are like gone. Oh, this needs to be a result. Oh, const override. And then let's go to asset metadata, make type name const. Possible that still would have worked, because that assertion makes me think it was some of my code, and the debugger just wasn't showing it to me. Okay, is it running? Mine no running. Ah, because fail. Build fail. Image asset metadata. I think I just forgot to write everything. Yep, I forgot to write everything. Okay. And now we crash it again. How is that of all things crashing? Maybe I need to set this to be an object. Okay, fine. I'll stop guessing. Okay, look at the value holder. Look at the map. That's a good question. What was the result? Obviously, the right result was a success. Yeah, the right result was a success. Oh wait, no. That's an error. It says which is a 0. Makes me think that alright, we're adding in res is error. Just see what that evaluates out to. Can look up symbols. Error is not defined. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. We're gonna rerun when we actually have variables to look at. And this is going to breakpoint now. So let's see what the result looks like. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. I used the wrong command. I wonder if it's result error that failed. If I click retry, that gives us the actual place that assertion occurred. which was inside a result. No, it wasn't inside a result. Because there's no world in which type name should fail. But maybe error to string is failing. What if it was falling through the switch statement? So we have now hit the breakpoint. I will not be stupid. Okay, so it's not hitting the air condition. That's for sure. Value dot. Let's try type. Oh, there is a type. Couldn't look up symbols. Expression tried to call a function that is not present at the target. I don't think it would be optimized out because I'm running debug build. Hopefully I'm running debug build. But some data here is getting set. Oh. Oh. There is the value type. It is a value type is 4. Which is a string value. We're going to do value type is equal to object. Can I navigate to the symbol, please? Here we go. Object value is the name that we're looking for. So what if I have this manually set to a JSON object value? Do it work then? I just had an idea, which is that perhaps it's something to do with my serializer. Ah, yeah, that would do it. I'm not actually doing members. So that I do want to do like that. This I want to be color space. So it's writing out the asset metadata, and then it was immediately afterwards overwriting it with the value of color space, which is not an object that I can write to. Which is why it then immediately errored when I tried to index into a string. And I have a breakpoint here. Well, let's see. Oh, wrong. There. Yeah, is that I was Yep. Look at that. Look at that. We have a metadata file. Look at that. Now let's show that in the file browser. It doesn't work. That button doesn't work. But we can navigate to it manually. If we look at here, we have a metadata, this bmeta file, for our PNG. And this will store, if we open it up with, I'm gonna have it set to always open with VS Code. I could set to open with NVim, but yeah. And we see that it's improperly formatted. Woo! So let's figure out why it is improperly formatted. So when we save here, we have exports equals MD exports. Wait. feel like I'm remembering something. I've run into this before. If you copy the value, it isn't a reference. My serializers should be fine because they all copy by reference. But this little bit here did attempt to copy by reference. So by making that a reference and deleting the metadata file, now when we go here, it regenerates the file. So if we go back here, open it up again. Aha! Look at that. Look at that. It's beautiful. Why is there escaped you characters in here? Hopefully it can read that. Yeah, that's the ID of the first asset created with the new UUID system. Why are there escaped you characters? Something wonky with the sprintf. This is supposed to be 3 though, because this is the protocol to use, and then the domain, so like localhost 2000, for example. So that's the domain there, which I have empty for now, and then that's the actual UUID. But we have the actual color space in there, we have the metadata type, we have the source ID. It's all working. Now, I had hoped to also go through and... I love all the validation errors that happen when I close it out, but it doesn't matter because it's closing. It will matter later if I want to do more complicated buffer things. But this means that we can fully load an asset and we can fully save an asset, at least the metadata of it. And very soon here, we would be able to also edit that, like select it, mess with it. But that's actually a fair bit more work now, because I also want to, the whole point of like the refactor I did with the tracked values is that that allows us to have a state that you can subscribe to changes and also version. So next steps, I think I want to refactor how the different parts of the editor would tell the other parts of the editor that, like we've selected this asset. So yeah, that's one thing that we're going to do next, is have the editor, replace the editor event system, just completely rip it out and replace it with an editor state system. So instead of events, everything is referencing the same state. That way things can't get out of state unless they very intentionally want to. And then, yeah, we'll use that new state system to tell the inspector, hey, we are now inspecting this asset, and it will show different panes for the different metadatas, and all will be right in the world. But for now, I'm going to sign off, eat food, and then, yeah, go to sleep at a reasonable time. Maybe? Nah, that's not gonna happen. Alright, everybody, thank you for watching. For those of you who stuck around, it is appreciated, and I will see you